facial distinctions, making it easier to tell if someone is coming from your left or your right. Sound propagation has been upgraded, with sound traveling vertically and allowing players to know if an enemy is pushing from above or below. Sound also propagates through openings created in surfaces, offering more immersion. Sound reverberation is more realistic, relaying whether nearby actions are coming from a big room,
hàng triệu bài hát chờ bạn khám phá. Nghe trọn vẹn, không gián đoạn, không quảng cáo. Nghe nhạc không gián đoạn với Spotify Premium. Nghe nhạc ngay, 4 tháng Spotify Premium chỉ 59.000 đồng và dễ dàng hủy bất cứ lúc nào. Nhấn vào banner để biết thêm chi tiết.
Deliberately cause noise to draw rivals into an ambush, or use carpeted areas to limit the sound of infiltration, and use flashbangs to mask the sounds of powerful abilities, making for a more immersive, refined, and satisfying tactical shooter experience.
Sector loss at 32%. Enemy sabotage kit.
Dual Front is 6v6 Rainbow Six Siege on a massive new map. In one lane, you attack. In the other, you defend. And in between, anything goes as you flank, ambush, reposition, respawn, and try a new tactic. Attackers and defenders working together on the same team. Moving inside, outside, everywhere in between, mass hysteria. This is Dual Front, a new permanent mode coming at the launch of Siege X on June 10th, but playable now for free until March 19th if you can get into the closed beta. Good news, it's easy, and I'll tell you how in just a minute. But first, how is this different than regular Siege? Well, for starters, you're on a team of 6, so that's one more enemy to track and one more ally to watch your back. You choose from a curated and evolving list of attackers and defenders, and this lets you get creative. Take Azami on the offensive and protect your plant. Have Glass throw up reinforcements and hold down long angles. Discover tactics and team synergies in a whole new way as the boundaries come down and opportunities open up. And hey, if it ain't working, you've got unlimited respawns to pick another op and try something new. So here's how you win. Attack the enemy sector by getting to their objective room, planting a sabotage kit, and defending it while it does its thing. Completing this opens up a new area and a second objective. And after that, the HQ. Sabotage that and victory is yours. While you're doing all that though, the other team is trying to do the same thing to you in your defensive lane. So, maybe spend some time over there, patching up breaches, refreshing traps, and lending a helping hand. Plus, take advantage of the neutral sector, a free-for-all zone between objective lanes that allows for swift repositioning or sneaky ambushes. It's also where time-limited assignments like hostage extraction offer big boosts to the team that completes them and shift every season to offer something new.
Assignment complete.
Dual Front is a mode of constant questions. Can your teammates maintain the perimeter while you're busy taking apart the enemy's site? Can they spare a body to swing over your way and help you with a coordinated push? Or are they in need of backup, actually, so please get over here and help us figure out a post-plant retake ASAP. Dual Front demands adaptability. This is fast, fluid, flexible Siege like you've never seen it before. Fueled by the destruction, devices, and deadly weapons of the Siege you know and love. But something else is different. There's a red gas pipe over here that creates flamin' hot problems when you shoot it. And while you're on rappel, you can run around the corner of a building. The sound effects from gunfire to footsteps are crisper, clearer.
Reloading, cover me!
And blowing through that reinforced wall seems to pack way more of a punch. These visual, auditory, and gameplay upgrades that you see in Dual Front are not exclusive to the new mode. They are part of the evolutionary changes coming in Siege X on June 10th. You can watch the full Siege X showcase to get all the details, but act now if you want a sneak peek in the Dual Front closed beta before it ends on March 19th. First, link your Twitch and Ubisoft accounts. Then, watch a participating Twitch streamer and redeem your code drop. Check your email for instructions and pick your platform, PC, PlayStation 5, or Xbox Series X and S. Download it, play it, get your friends to join up, and hey, good luck out there.
Loading new mag!
Gonna be a quest? What are you going to ban here to try to get me?
Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody Take me back.
What are you going?
Use your drone to locate a bomb.
Nó nói là cả năm thù ở chúng tôi cả nhầm làm miếng đóng đi xoáy gái.
Seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
Take me back.
The one friend.
What's all the commotion? Get ready for explosion, we rollin'.
Spotify Premium, bạn có thể thỏa sức nghe các bài hát, album và nghệ sĩ bạn yêu mà không gián đoạn, dù có kết nối mạng hay không. Tham gia ngày 3 tháng với giá chỉ 29.500 đồng, hủy bất cứ lúc nào. Hãy nhấn vào biểu ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
I've heard you've gotten better. Why not take it?
players out there, check out this dope shit, man.
Players never die, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my fetty, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers. Players never die, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my fetty, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers.
Put up the volume.
Nghe đồn có chính sách đặc biệt dành riêng cho người trẻ muốn mua nhà. Đúng vậy, Fit Fund and Fit Gen, hai chính sách may đo từ C Holdings hỗ trợ người trẻ an cư dễ dàng hơn bao giờ hết. Fit Fund quỹ 100 tỷ đồng từ C Holdings, người trẻ chỉ cần đóng từ 3,9 triệu trên tháng. Fit Gen chính sách trả góp thông minh từ lương văn phòng chỉ từ 8,5 triệu trên tháng. Sở hữu ngay căn hộ Fit Home, độc lập tài chính, tự do không gian, hạnh phúc cộng đồng. Một lựa chọn chất cho thế hệ trẻ năng động, bắt kịp xu hướng sống mới. Hotline 0901 812 266.
Bạn xứng đáng được tận hưởng âm nhạc không gián đoạn. Sao không để Spotify Premium giúp bạn thỏa lòng đam mê nhạc qua trải nghiệm không quảng cáo và không gián đoạn? Nhanh tay kẻo hết, ưu đãi 3 tháng với giá 29.500 đồng sắp kết thúc. Và bạn có thể hủy gói này bất cứ lúc nào. Hãy nhấn vào biểu ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
you know, I think Marley's team heard what you're saying, that you're a little disappointed in their gameplay, and then they go into
Intel has zeroed in on an available assignment in the neutral sector. The enemy has started the extraction. Move to intercept. Op 4 is progressing with the assignment. Move to resecure. Well done. Proceed to extraction. Excellent work. You've completed the assignment.
Oh shit.
Insertion in 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb. You located a bomb. Diffuser is online and active. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Oh, fucking shit.
Ten seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. You must locate and defuse a bomb.
Ở đây nổ tiếp. Kéo vào đây cho chị sẽ biết nổ tiếp. Đây.
located a bomb. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. Secure the bombs. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Auxiliary shell is taking damage. Shell taking hits.
Fucking shit.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Con Windows bình thường đến 650 máu và con Windows này nó 8 máu.
Have a shot. Literally.
the area. Keep the bombs protected.
صورني صور نفسك ليش؟ لا بدي اشوف دهونة. مخلص الزيت عندي بدي استعمل دهونة. لا انا جاي على الكويت يوم 31/5. قلت لاهلي يظبطوا لي ببدله، راح يجيبوا لي بدله سوت. شكلك ما بتعرف انه خطبة اختي، انا جاي عشان خطبة اختي. بدها تخطب عشان هيك انا جاي. ديان والنعم يا قلبي انا يا عمري، والنعم يا الله انا الكتكوت والنعم يا الله. شو؟ سوري بس اخذ الجنسية الألمانية. مع خيتي بالجامعة. ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. تعلمت سولف يا اخي، خلص صرت قد البقر. تعلم تحكي، تعلم سولف، تعلم كيف ترد. صرت كبير يا اخي. صعبة ما بس هيك صعب. رحمو انتحر. شو؟ 12 طلع 12 مدري الازرق. التاون هول الازرق اللي بيطلع اول تاون هول بيطلع لك تسلا. شو؟ جديد يعني تكنيكلي جديد، بتعرف يعني بدك 5 سنين رح تطلع تاون هول اللي بعده. يا اخي والله اشتقت للكويت يا اخي، كل شيء فيها رهيب يا اخي. الاندومي الاندومي هون في تنويعة اندومي اكثر، بس يا اخي ما انا اطير بالكويت اطير. ابيض الابيض اوريجينال. انا اللي معي بالجامعه اندونيسيين، طبعا انت بتعرف شركه اندومي اندونيسيه. بعدنا نسوي فتح موضوع الاندومي، سالوني شو اكثر اندومي بتحبوا؟ قلت لهم الابيض لانه يعني شو النكهه تبعته صويا وما بعرف شو. قالوا لي اوه ذاتس ذا اوريجينال فليفر. قلت لهم اوه ماي جاد ذاتس جريت، اطيب شيء. ايه يس حسب كلامه. انا صدمت يا عمي هذاك اليوم، دكتورتنا ماليزيه قعدوا يحكوا معهم نفس اللغه، طبعا بيحكوا نفس اللغه تقريبا يعني. لا هي كلها لغه عربيه، بس هن اللغتين غير بس كثير بيشبهوا بعض، يعني في كثير كلمات نفس الشيء. هيك شيء. اكران يا اخي بدي
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door.
New camera feed up and running.
Reloading!
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
EDD primed. Stand clear.
Window secured!
Ambush set. Stay clear. Roadway first floor. Confirmation. Visual on the target. First floor. Visual on the target. First floor. Bingo located. First floor. Eyes on the target.
Ash on full ping. Capcan, Ash is coming from full ping.
One friendly operator remaining.
Ash is pushing.
One Op 4 remaining.
Charlie's in sight.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Setting up. Deploying shield. Deploying welcome mat.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Setting the welcome mat. Ten seconds to insertion.
Wall fortified!
5 seconds to insertion. Bomb look.
Keep us straight through. Barrier deployed.
Op 4, last stop standing. Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. Drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. You found the bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Flag out.
Got access to their camp.
RCE going out. What's your use?
Doorways obstructed. Can't deploy panel.
Enemy
Doorways
located.
blocked.
Third floor.
Dom panel deployed.
RCE set. RCE Latero out. Boom coming up.
Valk's in full swing and have cans on the other side. In the hallway where they killed me.
Activating code.
15 seconds left. 10 seconds remaining. Op 4 last operator standing. 5 seconds left. One friendly operator remaining. Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Behind bar.
Oh.
Diffuser was disabled. Mission failed. Drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds to insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Scanning for electronics. Spotted a bomb.
Cam deployed.
Detected a bomb.
Reloading!
Claymore ready.
Argus cam placed.
You have dropped the diffuser.
Spotted.
One friendly operator remaining.
Shit.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
boca profissional. Mas me chamada ligar.
bicho va pa' la sa. Tómate la pata, pioco, 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 pioco.
That's the real place. That's where hope goes to die.
Shiny new weapons in the right hands, and a little Cohen on the side for me. That's how we fight for the people of Kimona.
In all this chaos, maybe we forgot the real reason why we're here.
Second lieutenant said that there was an intact piano under the ruins. After looking the target, there was a charred armbow instead.
You're running out of time. You must extract before time runs out.
شكلك ما تنازع انه صاحبة اختي انا.
apart. I made a mistake, but I'll try to make it up to you, my darling.
Có bình thiểu chạy. Mày muốn nói chuyện của em hả? Tao đập vào mặt mày bây giờ. Không có lúc gì đánh mẹ mong mình là bình thiểu nhất. Mày
cá nhân mình nhớ thì tặng trước cá nhân mình nhớ thì tặng trước đây thường là có cái trận đấu đầu tiên nó cực kỳ là chạy đến từ những xa lúc mà liên tiếp là áp đảo tổng có vẻ như là hôm nay nó làm nóng tay để mà hiển bích anh sẽ thấy là đấu đầu tiên nó phải vì vậy và đấy sẽ là một cơ hội để cho bên phía đội đi Epic có thể mang được điểm số.
Probably respond much more sluggish, lazy, cold, and a little small one. It's also good to keep in mind that the stage are separate different ship that will become faster this way. It's really easy to control. Stays active, I have to stay control on for now. So the state indicator is glowing color. Nothing is staging. If the stage says that they're causing strife, you change your mind as a thing and edit the stage sequence on the fly. Unintended
rất nhiều spot sẽ được bùng ra những chân thành vừa rồi đang thu hút sự chú ý đến phía đội đế trên. Khả năng phản công rất tốt đến từ đội hình của Cyclone, 3 điểm kill. Cùng với đó là một chút giúp sức của đội bên phía team TE. Phía team Furia họ
ground is driven on the low center of the screen for the late ball.
17 game. Mình có vẻ như lực cũng đang muốn xô vào khu vực này để ăn gà ở Phương đang bận hồi máu đó vị trí của Swayman. Nào hai đại diện đất nước Trung Quốc vàng với nhau.
Sao cậu ạ? Một kèo hôm nay thì không khác. Mình có phải là gặp nhau ngày 1 ngày 2 đúng không?
was heading past
Match
barrier
found.
and speed.
Hit hên xui.
This will get
Lúc
several
quả tay lúc
icons
không.
that indicate things like car velocity vector will have a look
Không
at
vào
those
tay luôn
like
không. Nhưng mà vào tay vãi thưởng cũng
fly instruction and the top side of parts have
Picking up the pieces of a broken heart.
ôi dồi ôi, giờ thay váy vì người ta tiệt xấu giờ rồi.
the altimeter show listen to
Can't
the
control my fate, but I control all these emotions. I'm not broken.
Ê, đeo kính một khác không đeo kính. Đeo kính là biến này từ kit 30 tuổi kit 260.
your vertical speed indicator show how quickly your arms are changing. The audience can see the best keep its gauge pointing up. The atmosphere gauge indicates the ship is in
Tôi thử đến giờ vẫn chưa out luôn. Từ cái đợt mà buồn các kiểu giờ cũng không buồn lắm dù các bản thân mình cứ tẹt mát mát ấy kiểu tình cảm nó chỉ là một phần trong cuộc sống, máu được không máu được ấy. Hai ta sẽ là một cặp vợ chồng.
By stage will know that, but the background also changes. Color to indicate when it is safe to stage the parachute. At the foreground, there's a bit of a view. I can accept.
Không có một cái gì trên đây của mình luôn á.
Nhắn lộn.
Jacob has angles on it from way downtown, so the arena.
Sẵn sàng nâng cấp trải nghiệm nghe nhạc. Với Spotify Premium, bạn có thể thỏa sức nghe các bài hát, album và nghệ sĩ bạn yêu mà không gián đoạn. Dù có kết nối mạng hay không, tham gia ngày 3 tháng với giá chỉ 29.500 đồng. Hủy bất cứ lúc nào. Hãy nhấn vào biểu ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
So I need you to solve the people should fly a nice high arc and enjoy the flight. Lift off and go. Fly up, go. One the back. So much work by the monitor. You see where the two joints in the low right corner in the weights of our watch, but you know what safe state. Surface. Stage 1. again. What's in the podcast below? Not safe. Official again. Where does
Stop.
lot in terms of international play to see him come out and get a victory here, and to do it with a very, what do I want to say, like, wherewithal. They were very controlled, they were very thoughtful how they did it. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, and honestly, on top of that, it's been kind of a hectic game here. There's now a wildcard map still, but it's, you know, some of the things you see, you know, pull up the drive-bys, the aggression team, definitely tell that some of the teams have already played quite a lot of games, they're being comfortable, and some other teams, they're just pulling their third game, and it's just mayhem everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what this Furia crash was. Typhula was happy about it. I think maybe they thought that the whole team was up on the rock and not the Jack. Very strange. Furia had a really good couple of games going into this, or some warm-up, and that just wasn't going to work for them. So they end up going down. We go back here to where we get Day Trade, making the place. Typhula, again, inside the mix of things. This team doesn't seem to want to let off of that gas. And then it came down to Barbo, hitting shots left and right from the middle of the game to the end of the game.
Yeah, and also the teams obviously that have to come out of Busan, so much pressure coming up that top side. Nice combination with nades, but BP felt like without the pressure here from Day Trade that they would have had so much control. But
It is one of the most iconic modular assault rifles. It uses the 5.56 by 45mm ammo, but it has the stability of a submachine gun. It also has pretty good modding potential. The AK-12 is the new AK series rifle, an all-rounded assault rifle that uses 5.45 by 39mm ammo. Its modding potential is much higher, and it supports many improved tactical accessories, allowing it to maintain highly efficient combat capabilities under various conditions. The F-57 is a pistol with remarkable combat abilities. Chambered in 5.7 by 28mm ammo, its features are stronger for close combat situations. If your primary weapon lacks close combat capabilities, this will be a great secondary weapon. In addition, we also have the Carbine Classic SVTU-G17 pistol, M45A1 pistol, and over 120 new weapon accessories. Try them out now. You may just find your perfect weapon. We've been monitoring the performance of existing weapons in combat during Season 1, and we've made some balance adjustments. Based on data and community feedback, we've made further adjustments in the new season to the strengths of some weapons and the recoil performance of all fully automatic weapons. The power of grenades, which has been a popular topic of discussion in the community, has also been nerfed in this update. At the same time, all weapon skins can be directly applied to all accessories now. You're no longer limited to certain weapon accessories due to their skins. Function and system modifications. We've modified some systems and functions, including adding a ton of new content to improve your experience in the game. Let's start off by taking a look at some of the new features and raises. When your limbs are broken in combat, the temporary sedation effect
Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like, you know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
Infinite galaxy, there are two options: survive or die.
Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
I came here alone, before the others. I harvested the resources I needed to carve out a life, to craft a future. To endure the unknown. The journey was long. I explored new frontiers, discovered new planets, and new threats. But you cannot survive alone. So together, we built anew. Our talents are deep. The technology at our disposal evolves, but with expansion comes conflict. And the cost of failure is catastrophic. We chose our path. We build together. We fight together. We survive together. The journey was long. The journey continues.
I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
Feeling like I'm second best, someone that you could forget. Got me drinking that healing, sinking in this feeling. Leave me that time, giving me the signs of life. Making you are clear, but you're gonna
Ooh.
Hey everyone, I'm Eric from the Arena Breakout Infinite team. Welcome to our new season, Ignition. In this season, we'll be introducing a brand new map, Northridge, as well as new weapons and modes. Now, let's take a look at what's new. Map and mode changes. Northridge is a new map that will be introduced in Season Ignition, located to the north of Onotos City, and the new boss, Fred, will be active here. Northridge is a vast outdoor map, which lets you choose from many different routes. It supports close, mid, and long-range combat. The map's hot zone is the Northridge Hotel, located in the Central South region. This will be where you can find the most intense battles. The outskirts of Northridge is loaded with resource sites waiting to be looted too, such as the cable car station. You can plan your route based on your spawn location. Existing maps have also been updated. The extraction points and their requirements in the TV station, Valley, and Armor have all been adjusted. More safes have been added to Farm and Valley, and their normal modes will now have a gear value limit of 300,000 coin. Recently, the TV station was infiltrated by an unknown force. You may run into them while you're scouting the location. They're well equipped, and their boss may carry exclusive items. Stay alert. In addition to new maps, Ignition will also introduce 3 new modes: Secure Ops, Quick Match, and Solo Ops. Secure Ops is the best mode for players to familiarize themselves with new maps and combat strategies. In this mode, all of the weapons and gear you bring in will be secured during combat. Whether you extract successfully or not, they won't be lost, which significantly reduces the risks. However, do note that consumables, medical supplies, ammo, food, throwables, etc. are not protected. As it comes with fewer risks, the loot you bring out from this mode will be converted directly to coin at a certain rate. To enter Secure Ops, your gear must be below 400,000 coin, and you'll have to pay an entry fee of 20,000 coin. The map will be changed periodically. Quick Match has 2 modes, Team Elimination and Team Deathmatch. It features 4v4 squad battles, and this mode is recommended for players who wish to train their marksmanship skills. In Team Elimination, eliminate all enemy squad members within the time limit to win a round. Win the required number of rounds to win the match. In Team Deathmatch mode, 2 teams compete to get the most kills. You can respawn upon death immediately and rejoin the battle. Win the match by eliminating the required number of enemies first. Both modes require entry elimination. Eliminate all enemy squad. You'll be rewarded with double the coin. Solo Ops is recommended for players who prefer to go solo. As hinted by its name, this mode doesn't have any team-ups. Of course, you will also only run into players who are alone in the raid. All operations and tactical decisions will be on you alone. If you wish to join the raid, do prepare gear that's worth at least 100,000 coins. Weapons and gun modifications. In this season update, Kimona is getting a new supply of weaponry. First, let's take a look at this MCX. It is one of the most iconic modular assault rifles. It uses the 5.56x45mm ammo, but it has the stability of a submachine gun. It also has pretty good modding potential. The AK-12 is the new AK series rifle, an all-rounded assault rifle that uses 5.45x39mm ammo. Its modding potential is much higher, and it supports many improved tactical accessories, allowing it to maintain highly efficient combat capabilities under various conditions. The F-57 is a pistol with remarkable combat abilities. Chambered in 5.7x28mm ammo, its features are stronger for close combat situations. If your primary weapon lacks close combat capabilities, this will be a great secondary weapon. In addition, we also have the Carbine Classic SVTU G17 pistol, M45A1 pistol, and over 120 new weapon accessories. Try them out now. You may just find your perfect weapon. We've been monitoring the performance of existing weapons in combat during Season 1, and we've made some balance adjustments. Based on data and community feedback, we've made further adjustments in the new season to the strengths of some weapons and the recoil performance of all fully automatic weapons. The power of grenades, which has been a popular topic of discussion in the community, has also been nerfed in this update. At the same time, all weapon skins can be directly applied to all accessories now. You're no longer limited to certain weapon accessories due to their skins. Function and system modifications. We've modified some systems and functions, including adding a ton of new content to improve your experience in the game. Let's start off by taking a look at some of the new features in raids. When your limbs are broken in combat, the temporary sedation effect will sedate you briefly, so you can maintain a certain degree of combat and movement abilities. Players who love pistols are in luck. This new pistol quick draw function.
That feels like you've been having a rough day. bad, just a decision that you have no confidence in your ability to make it out of that situation. So
for sure.
Hopefully they can shake it off, man, because that is a really, really good team, and I would love to see them make it to the grand final, but they've got some work left to do here with only 14 points through day one, but they've still got 3 alive, and now with that circle pop, they've got a good compound towards the center.
Jacob, go. Go, Jacob, go.
Go, Jacob, go. Rock climb your way into our hearts.
Get that chalk out, get it on your hands, and get going.
Exactly. Where's Cameron? We need
That's right.
Our resident rock
he's the one who knows stuff about that.
He does. I don't know how to. I don't know. I feel like it's weird. It's literally it's just climbing rocks, right? But why is it so complicated? Okay, Delwyn. He pops the tire and then pops the dome, and the expendable. Yeah, he's even surprised he hit that one. But now Silzen, after getting sent away from the semi-truck area, he's going to find some company in VP. They're going to land right on top of Arena. Instantly find Norins. Beamy, can he get Lyrics too? Lyrics, they're working around the edges. No, he's going to go down. Beamy playing the walls beautifully, but Lou, no, from way downtown, is going to spot out VP. And now Arena should be able to get everybody back on up. Nobody pushing this? ROC, you're right across the street. You saw this. Nobody pushing this.
I thought for sure somebody would take a gamble at that.
Goodness.
But Jacob wasn't, I don't even think he was able to make it there. Maybe he got there right before VP, but some nades now. Twisted Minds under pressure. Just a Bestia player and 2 out a little bit far on a ridge, trying to see if they can get some angles. Perfectix aware, trying to suss that out, but I mean, Silzen, this is tough, man. He's going upstairs. They were trying to force him up there, see if they could guess which direction he would go with the grenade, but he is tucked into the corner using that stairwell as cover. Oops, that grenade didn't quite make it in.
That's a little off.
That's okay. Load up for another one. That one might get him. Petrichor Road on the move. Center circle, just going to have to set up a car for it in a divot. Not much else to really work with around here. Again, all this real estate gets claimed so early on these phase 1 circles on Miramar because of how difficult it is as these circles close out to make your move.
Is getting a new supply of
because there's just so many sightlines out here.
Let's take a look
Every
at
compound
this
has
MCX.
vision.
It is one of the most iconic modular assault
rifles. It is rough sledding.
It uses the 5.56 by 45 ammo, but it has the stability of a submachine. It also function and system modifications.
Neighbors.
We've modified some system functions, including adding a ton of new content to improve your experience in the game. Let's start off by taking a look at some of the new features and ratings. When you're living low,
but this is the problem with Petrichor Road. The borders starting to rain down. Not sure where
and movement abilities. Players who love pistols are in luck. This new pistol quick draw allows you to draw your pistol for a counterattack while holding on to your primary weapon. When you've found a red now, you can inspect it in your hand and brag about it to your teammates. We've also made other optimization adjustments based on community feedback. For example, we've increased the speed of reloading ammo and searching for items. Mosin, shotguns, and other weapons with cylinders and magazine chambers.
That one was close.
We'll now have a quick unload
That
function.
mortar did a ton of damage to Perro. The cars are blowing up now. Perro, they got to make moves eventually. Losing these cars is actually very bad as well because they're outside the next circle. They got to go somewhere, and they're going to have to cut across a bunch of teams to do it. That car might not even survive the trip.
Have a storage expansion.
They had
We've
2
also
left
merged
alive,
the
I feel
case
like, and
and
it looks like they
to
maybe
create a
damaged
new
enough to
elite
where they
privileges
decided that
system,
this was
and it
the
will
best
include
option,
even more new
putting
rewards.
3 in, clown carring their way over, but they're going to lose a tire as they are getting shot at from Arena, and they're going to lose Chewy, they're going to lose everybody. Petrichor Road going down in 13th
You can also look
place.
forward to some updates on in-game interfaces in this new version. The mode selection page, matchmaking page, loading page,
stuck in a bad
results
spot.
page,
You got to try to go
and other
downhill.
pages have
You
been
got
updated.
cars just
There's lots
beat
more
up,
content to be discovered
lose
in
tires,
Ignition, and you can
all
view
just
the
falls
update
apart.
log on the
Team
official
one, though,
website for more
does have a
information.
high ground position.
Or join
They're
us
on
in
not a bad
Promotion
start of the
to
circle
experience it
for now.
yourself. We've always been listening to
this is workable,
and we hope that everyone will continue
Furia
to give us
is well
suggestions on how we can improve Kimona. Don't forget to follow us on social media for more
secure the entirety
information.
of their
We'll see
compound.
you
Batu has
in
come
Kimona.
down from his high ground location. They will all be together at last. They're a 4-man squad in their compound. Found it all. Meanwhile, on his, he's got his feetsies pumping away.
on that southwestern side. He's got Belmont as well. It looks like Forrest is going to crash into ROC here, so ROC better be ready.
Grenades are out, damage done, up and over his kiss. Nicely done. Gets the knock onto RBN. Oh, there's a DBS. Putting it to good use as Olympus. Forrest having a nice crash here. Got an opportunity to get themselves a little bit further in this game. The Molly is going to find the knock though. Now, Zolds trying to find that cheeky angle. Stun bounces right off his dome. What in the world is that? He's right around the angle. This is a difficult one to push for Forrest. It's hard because you have these rooms that you can tuck into for safety. He's trying to bait out the shots. Now he knows.
These long buildings always a problem here. Soul's going to hold on to it as long as he can. He'll find one, he'll find two. Souls trying to give him a run for their money. It's down to just Olympus. Can he pull off the miracle? No, he can't. The DBS will be enough, and Forrest will stay alive. They'll keep 3 up.
What a time to get that DBS into play. Nicely done. TKL though, crashing here onto team. This is so tough because I was gonna say the arenas. Just watching it, it's another long building. I mean, Geeke, they also have a player out in the warehouse behind that. TKL is gonna have to find some cheeky knocks just to break in. Quizzy, good job holding the line, keeping them from breaching. That Molly should be right on point. I think that's Suze dead. Now you got some grenades lined up here. Don lets one fly, not going to connect. Tyruzen holding the door with a damn hug. It's not a bad situation to have here. Don's gone. He had a grenade in hand. Flushes himself. Spaceman trying to find another angle, but Geeke does a great job with this.
Close range holding these angles. Oh, they got to be quick about this because now 17 has arrived as well. Xiaowu +1. Get 7700 coming in as well. Spaceman finding Spiro with the pumpy will take him down as well. Spaceman and Cold 119 holding the Angs as well as they can. Down to just 2 for Geeke, and 17 has arrived. They're going to find PWD. He's going to go down. It's all down to just Quizzy for Geeke, and he is burning quickly as that blue zone grenade doing damage.
Doing what he can. Cold holding the angle. Yep. Easy money. Now 17 on the hunt. They want to knock out TKL. Taikula surrounded. Xiaowu around the backside, open to find a player who's maybe ducked out of the building to try to find safety using the grenade to create a little bit of extra space for him to work. But that is going to be another knock. Lil Ghost going down, stuns coming through, missed opportunity.
Oh my goodness, the drop shot.
Ooh, cold, nasty.
That is cold-blooded, as he will find that with 7700 now hiding out inside the barn all by himself, as the Expendables will get eliminated. But Taikula, we talked about him yesterday, the performance that they put on. It's been a little bit quieter today, but they find themselves in second place overall, 97 points, 5 kills. Maybe can add a little bit more to that if they can spot out 7700, but they got the blue zone coming quickly. They do spot mine from Bestia, so Bestia going to have to pull back down, and T1 will go down to Furia. Remember that great position that T1 had, 4-man on the high ground? Furia just dispatched them.
That's huge, and you get the nice being let out by T.
Hãy xem đây Arena kìa, họ đã cố mót từng điểm còn lại trong game thiếu này. Exit chính xác City bắt được vị trí ở câu 119 rồi, nhưng không thể nào firm được khi đó là một căn nhà và sẽ cứu được lên rồi đến từ Spaceman và người đồng đội.
Nhưng mà theo thời gian trôi đi thì khả năng cứu xong thì lại phải nằm xuống đến từ cầu rồi. Rất khó để có thể di chuyển đến từ bên phía các thành viên của team Thủ Cùn. Và ngược lại đây cả về cái mình chứng minh cái tên vị trí của 77. 77 làm gì đây? Thôi nên trả ra tôi đi rồi. Và đó là điểm kill dành cho Lu. Cứ tưởng là Santa Bo sẽ dứt điểm đi 77 nhưng không.
Vẫn
Lu
kịp,
bên người có mạng.
vẫn kịp nhả ra những viên đạn cuối, còn đây thì đó là câu đi rồi. Và có lẽ là những nỗ lực của Chukun cũng chỉ giúp họ tới đây thôi. Kết thúc giai đoạn group stage với 99 điểm. Mình nghĩ rằng cũng là rất ấn tượng đến từ đại diện có thể coi là non trẻ nhất của Trung Quốc.
Vâng, chúng ta thấy rằng là từ nãy giờ Tweet đang liên tục cày kill, ngược lại Arena đang bị đối phương hất tay trên. Hơi đáng tiếc cho Arena, bây giờ mới chỉ có 5 kill, còn ngược lại thì Tweet sẽ có cho mình đến tận 8 kill rồi. Một khả năng cày kill thượng thừa đến từ những cái tên như kiểu là Lu, cũng như vị trí của Bartolin với cả Example.
Đây là sức mạnh của một Twist Smile mà chúng ta nể sợ.
chính xác.
Có thể là vòng group này họ chưa bung hết sức thôi. Vào vòng final thì có lẽ chúng ta sẽ thấy một tweet còn đáng sợ hơn rất nhiều. Còn đây thì là một pha cố ý, cũng có ý tưởng nhưng nó chưa đủ chuẩn xác để dứt điểm như là từ team Bestia, anh chàng Mim.
Vâng, cái vấn đề là đối phương vẫn đang có cho mình được một cái cự ly di chuyển khá là rộng. Vậy nên mình nghĩ rằng là rất khó để chơi cố chính xác vị trí đối phương. Forest Nature Gaming cũng đã bắt đầu những dấu hiệu lên điểm rồi. Bây giờ đã có cho mình được 4 điểm kill. Sự khởi động có phần là muộn màng đến từ bên phía thành viên của team Forest Nature Gaming. Đi bò liệu có được hay không đây? Khi đến phía cánh còn lại thì Olympus đang liên tục bị hỏi thăm bởi cái tên Iena. Sở mốc trả ra rất nhiều, chỉ bây giờ thì có thêm đại diện khác bắn vào, đó là cái tên Furia. Vị trí Kraken đang liên tục tap vào bên phía thành viên của team Forest. Và giờ đã có người phải nằm xuống bởi cái tên Uzera đến từ Furia, đó là cái tên Baren. Và nó sẽ điểm kill dành cho Furia.
Một góc bắn khá là dễ dàng thôi để Uzera có thể ghi điểm. Còn Forest Nature Gaming thì có lẽ là phải đợi ngày thi đấu tiếp theo rồi. Ngày thi đấu hôm nay thì gần như đã hết. Ngày thi đấu quá mờ nhạt. Mình tớt cùng với đó là Kiss, hai anh em ngồi trong căn nhà vệ sinh cũng rất là đi đâu về đâu trong trận vòng tiếp theo. Đến đây mới chỉ ở phase 6 tôi chắc chắn là đến phase 7 phase 8 ball cũng rất mạnh. Và vị trí viên bỏ họ thì rất khó để còn được ưu ái nữa.
Thì có lẽ rằng là có khoảng đâu đó 6% top 1 thì gọi thành quýt tục, nhưng mà nhà của họ đang là quá đẹp.
Dễ hơn bởi vì con đó nó đã bị suy yếu từ những cái đòn thám hiểm trước đó. Hoặc là chúng ta chọn thử thách để đi sang đánh con Ason ở phía đông. Con đó có vẻ mạnh á, đúng vậy, cho nó thử thách hơn. Nó là như vậy. Và tập trước là chúng ta đã biết được là chúng ta đã biết được một cái sự thật, đó là Berso thực ra là con trai của lão Renon. Đấy. Thế nên là anh em mình vote thôi, chứ còn như lửa bây giờ anh em muốn đi đâu vote theo nhờ. Anh em muốn sang phía đông đánh con mạnh nhất hay là
Và con mày vô tao mày bò bị kỹ nha, không có ai nữa. Rồi cú con cắt vào bắn đi. Tài luôn kìa. Bóp đó. Mau.
Rồi anh đổ Xuân Hòa rồi, anh đổ Xuân Hòa máu dưới hack.
Nghe ngay trong 3 tháng Spotify Premium với giá chỉ 29.500 đồng. Hủy bất cứ lúc nào, khuấy động bữa tiệc, tất cả đều trong tầm tay với Spotify Premium. Từ trải nghiệm nghe nhạc không quảng cáo cho đến tải nhạc ngoại tuyến, bạn luôn có thể tạo tuyển tập DJ của riêng mình mọi lúc mọi nơi. Hãy nhấn vào bảng ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
Nó bị ban hết rồi.
Riskier with this.
Why not? Why not? You gotta be kidding me.
会让他闻到牛逼腥味，真的是一句话都死没法说。
Being a bit riskier with this.
Why not? Why not? You gotta be kidding me.
会让他闻到牛逼腥味，真的是一句话都没法说。
Being a bit riskier with this. With the way they've been playing today.
Why not? You gotta be kidding me.
会让他闻到牛逼腥味，真的是一句话都没法说。
Getting a reprieve. Remember, early on in this game, they were down to just one player alive. but they were able to get all the reses. Perfectix, though, will peek the left side of the crate. Olympus can't see him there, but he can see all of the arena.
Oh, that's brutal. What a position. This
Welcome,
crate.
Galactic Survivalists.
So fortuitous
I'm
here
Ida,
for
and I'll be your guide
Perfectix.
to the most exciting
What
new
a
features
play.
in
Love the
Update
green there to get that
1.12.
angle, and that's going to open up the space
We
for
start
the rest
in the
of his
Phoenix
team to start
system.
making some moves.
You
They
will
can
not
tunnel
only
in a
find
bit
the new
more
building
onto
designs
Forest
and
during
NPCs of the
Pepper
UCH
down on
faction,
Perfectix just
but
needs to
also
play
the
his light here.
corresponding 5-step story
Over that
mission.
knock, keep the rest of
If you would rather
the
prove
teams
your
kind of
skills
under
on the
their
test
control.
track of
He's
the
got
newly
mark
opened
as
Hecaton
well.
race,
Mark 14
fly
right
directly
now.
to Archenia, the home system of the Archenian Republic. Lost hit points on hull blocks and devices on the ship can now be repaired on the way with the field repair console.
It's natural. They've
Installing
been
the
having
new
a
shield
rough day
extenders
so far
can
today.
help you to avoid this in the first
a lot
place.
Of, very players
To
that
be
just
on the
don't
safe
have a whole lot
side,
of
you can use the
international
new
experience.
energy
We talked
barriers
about the fact
to
that
fend
they
off
managed
enemies
to make
inside
their
your
way
ship.
through a very tough APAC
And the
lobby
new jet
over some
engines for
teams
capital ships,
that a lot
with
of
their
them
boost
would have
function,
expected
gives you
to
the
be
extra push you
but,
need in space
now
combat.
found themselves here in the
With
late game. They've got
Update 1.12, you can again exceed the reduced maximum speed of your vehicle, albeit with reduced acceleration. If you decide to part with your old ship, you can hand it over directly to another player using the new transfer function. By the way, you can now also give feedback directly from the game. Simply open the Send us your feedback option in your PDA and fill out the questionnaire. You can find details on these and all the other content via the link in the video description. We thank you in advance for your feedback. We hope you enjoy Update 1.12. Welcome, Galactic Survivalists. I am Ida, and today we will have a quick look at the new freeze and board gameplay of the Dark Faction DLC. There are 3 types of turrets the Dark Faction uses: the Siege Cannon, the Disruptor Cannon, and the Translocator Turret. While the Siege Turret keeps its role as an artillery weapon, the Disruptor and Translocator turrets have new functionality. Disruptor turrets do no direct damage to your vessels anymore. Instead, every time the hit indicator on the left side lights up, it will slow down your vessel a bit more. You can witness the degree of immobilization on the orange bar next to it. If the bar reaches 100%, it will turn red, and your vessel will be locked in place. The bar will then start to tick down to 0, at which point you will immediately regain your mobility. Immobilized capital vessels will be targeted by the translocator turrets. These will send over a boarding party of Dark Faction creatures. You either need to hunt them down to avoid the roaming creatures from damaging your vessel, or wait until the boarding timer ticks down and they despawn. More info can be found in the FAQ on the forums. We wish you lots of fun and look forward to your feedback.
Alo Vũ Triệu, cái số 1 đi chị, em nhắn nhìn tin phết. Chị thích số 2 hơn, cái số 2 nhìn dâm. Số 2 nó nhìn nó ma mị mà nó dâm, nó dầm căm sao.
Welcome Galactic Survivors to the summer update in game version 1.10. Here you can already see one of the feature updates. You can now use the new hover bike. It replaces the old motorbike, but offers significantly more driving fun. With the drone bay, it is now possible to use your own AI drones to defend your ships and bases. The drones automatically launch when a threat appears and will independently attack the aggressors. From now on, both water and lava blocks, along with their respective effects, are available for our creative dungeon and station builders. In addition to these elemental blocks, 23 new block shapes have been added together with the new Blueprint Collection toolset feature. Videos with detailed information about the toolset and how it helps to realize ambitious projects even faster are available in the video description. For co-op and multiplayer, you can now individually adjust access to any device within your player faction. Several roles are available to the faction admin to set permissions according to the new member ranks. An important gameplay note. As of now, mass and volume limitations are enabled for new game starts by default. The same applies to CPU and block limits. In order to better interconnect the Blueprint factory and tech tree in gameplay, you must now have unlocked all devices of a Blueprint in the tech tree. You can change all mentioned options in the difficulty settings when you start a new game. With the new tessellation feature, the formerly flat ground textures offer more literal depth and a higher degree of detail. The strength of the tessellation can of course be adjusted individually in the options menu. Not only has the ocean planet been spiced up, but various suns have also been enhanced in their views and looks. For all explorers out there, the summer update added more and greater variety of content both on the starter playfields and in the galaxy. For instance, on Masper and Mingus in Stillen, you will no longer fall from the sky in the normal escape pod. Additionally, each starting playfield now contains its own 5-part local story mission. The missions include smaller hints to the main mission and shed light on some lore backgrounds. After leaving the starter playfields and while exploring the galaxy, you will find the newly created home systems of numerous player-submitted factions. For example, the Trasari, the Ravagers, the Wastelanders, the Karana, and many others. With the summer update, you can explore over 300 new and revised structures and spaceships. If combat can't be avoided, the new combat soundtrack will accompany you during the fight. Further information on the full scope of the summer update in game version 1.10 are available in our forum and our Discord. As always, you can find all links in the video description. What do you think of the changes? Tell us your opinion and definitely drop by the forum and Discord. We are looking forward to your feedback. Until then, we wish you lots of fun with Empyrean Galactic Survival version 1.10.
Don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again.
Hello Galactic Survivalists, I'm Ida. Today I will show you some of the important new features in Update 1.9.10. For all players who are new to Empyrean Galactic Survival, we have added a dedicated tutorial scenario. It can be accessed directly from the main menu. A second important innovation is the use of object culling technology to further optimize frames per second. This hides all NPC and equipment models within a building that a player could not see from his position anyways. On the other hand, we have added a helpful new HUD element for both first-person and ship combat. A radial damage indicator now shows you the exact direction from which you are being attacked. If you expose yourself to danger outside of a fight, the improved damage indicators for temperature, radiation, and poisoning will now show you the danger more clearly. The animations of your avatar have also been revised. Jumping, falling, running and crouching now look much more natural. If you need to move quickly in the midst of all the action, new hotkeys for the customizable signal and devices controls are now available both for your vessels and bases. As always, you can find more information about these and numerous other improvements in the full changelog that we have linked below this video. We hope that you will like the update and we are looking forward to your feedback. Hello Galactic Survivalists, I am Ida. I will guide you through the most important changes of Update 1.9. One of them you can see here. AI factions can now fight other AI factions directly when they meet in a playfield. For version 1.9, new variants for your player avatars have been created. Also, all armors, including their jetpacks, have been visually improved. Propulsion effects have been revised as well, not only for the jetpacks. With version 1.9, some of the handheld weapons have got new models. Entirely new weapons have been added as well. All handheld weapons have been rebalanced. They now have a defined role with an associated firing behavior. Many of the weapon effects have been revised in the process. For example, the tool energy beams and the muzzle flashes. Sound effects have been improved as well. And their movement, for example when running, is now more realistic. For players looking for a challenge, we have added a completely new game start, Ashen. Use the feedback option in the PDA to help us improve it further. For players looking for help on a specific topic, we have 2 new additions. First of all, we have added additional help buttons in many device and service windows. Also, there are now direct help overlays in the player inventory for all important areas. In addition, there are some detail improvements, for example the new center bar in the loot overview. As always, there is more information about these and many other changes in the Empyrean forum. You can find a link in the video description below. The whole team at Allion Game Studios wishes you a lot of fun with Update 1.9. Hello Galactic Survivalists, I'm Ida. Today I will show you some of the important new features in Update 1.8. Before I get to the changes at the game start, I'll take you on a little tour of some of the revamped playfields. Many planets were technically and visually revised for version 1.8. Some of them have been equipped with new decorations, like the Talon home planet Omicron. This also applies to one of the new starter moons, Akua. I recommend this starter moon for all players who are new to Empyrean. The new Robinson protocol keeps track of all your activities and gives you situational tips and hints whenever you do something for the first time. On Akua you can now do quests for the farmers and plantation foremen. Each quest is related to a specific activity. You can always see the progress of your quests and what exactly you need to do for them in the PDA. While you are exploring the new worlds, you will also meet some new creatures. Some of the creatures can give you a good or bad status effect if you don't move away from them. There are also other important changes of visual and gameplay nature. For example, carbon is now a more important resource in the early game. Also, surface rocks have been reworked and turned into nicer and more recognizable models. Of course, these are only very few selected points. Many more, such as FPS optimization, new features for content creators and a lot more can be found in the detailed changelog. We from Allion Game Studios wish you a lot of fun and are looking forward to your feedback.